And we are live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy here, and we are back with Crash Bandicoot, and we are finishing off with Crash Bandicoot 1. I know we went backwards. We went a little squirrely. We started at 3, and then went 2, and then 1, which, you know, it is what it is. How you doing, everybody? Hopefully you can hear the game, you can hear me, everything is sound balanced, everything is good. So, just want to let you guys know that we are in for an interesting month. Let me start with this. I'm not going to say what, however, I just want to let you guys know that this month we have Spyro Community Day, which is on Tuesday, which means we are going to be streaming for 12 hours straight while playing Spyro, of course, while also checking out fan art, checking out art pieces, etc., throughout the day. Hopefully we get a post from Toys for Bob and or Spyro. I don't know if we're gonna get an announcement for anything. But what I think might happen, if anything happens, is we might get a cryptic tease, right? Because you know Toys for Bob, you know how they are. They're cryptic with their teases. They're very much like that, right? I don't think we're gonna get an outright "here you go," but I do think that we might get a post. Maybe it's cryptic, maybe it's not. By the way, I'm super psyched to see that YouTube has decided to revert from the handles to actual usernames again. Welcome back, YouTube, to the modern century of how we address each other, and it is much easier. It's much easier for me to be able to read. It's actually much easier to go through and enjoy. So, hooray! We're doing great. Okay, so hopefully you guys can hear me all nice and normal, all nice and good, and we can get started. But also, not only do we have Spyro Community Day next week, but I also have I just got to finalize a few things, but I can announce that we do have an exciting sponsorship at the end of the month that I think most people here will be interested in.
We haven't determined the cause of past failures. Moron.
Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet.
He will lead my Cortex commandos to world domination. This time, I shall reign triumphant. We are closer than ever before. Quickly,
It's a bit quiet? Okay.
Dr. Cortex, the vortex is not ready. We have no idea what it could do.
Failure again.
Failure again. Capture him.
Uh-oh.
Prepare the female Bandicoot.
All right. How's the audio now? Boop, 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 boop. Now I still have a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit of a struggle because I am playing on a Xbox controller. Audio good in my opinion. Awesome. Also, I want to show you guys something. Okay, so I want to show you guys something really cool. So I missed these when they initially came out, and I was upset because my Best Buy and everything related around it were sold out within like minutes. And then a little birdie came to me and told me that there was getting a restock 2 months ago, and that if I ordered it, I would get it. And 2 months ago, it got confirmed that they got a restock, a very small restock, and I was able to nab one. I got the 30th anniversary PlayStation DualSense controller. And I am so happy to get this because I missed this one and I wanted it and they were sold out like that. And of course, being in Canada, we get limited stock on certain things. So, yeah, it was hard. I was a little bit upset because there was a miscommunication. I wanted it, and it was because of the time it initially came out. It was like, oh well, maybe you'll get it for Christmas. And then there was a miscommunication where one person thought they got it when they didn't, and the other person thought they got it when they didn't. And then it came to the point where it was time for Christmas, and they looked at each other and were like, "You didn't get it." And there was a moment where I was just like, "That's what I wanted for Christmas." But we're okay now because we got it. We just got our first donation of the stream and of the month. Let me get the recent events up. From Dad Jokes, who donated $1. If you watch the movie Jaws backwards, it's about a wholesome philanthropic shark who gives amputees arms and legs. It's a miracle shark. It's a miracle. That's funny. Thank you so much, Dad Jokes, for the $1 Streamlabs donation and the first donation of the month. I haven't done this part in a while, so hey, we got it. I believe it's just the 2 here, right? Oh, jeez. Almost died. Ba, ba, ba. Also, yes, I have seen a lot of people, you know, Silksong finally released. I know. I never played Silksong, but with all the hype and the price, I was thinking about maybe streaming it tomorrow. What do you guys think? Are we interested in a Silksong stream? Like I said, I have never played Silksong. Hi, Toys World. How's it going? Hey, Kristen, how's it going? I'd be down for that. I mean, it's $20, right? No! I thought it. I blame the game because I thought it didn't trigger, so I went to turn back around, and then there was a lit. Yeah. Well, anyway. Also, I missed my slide. It's gonna make me want to throw a controller at the wall. Well, we have seen. I am an adamant individual. How's your mom doing? How's my mom doing? She's doing better. Good news and bad news. Good news is the previous infection that had plagued her for almost 2 months is gone. The bad news is there's a new infection. But we have it's IV treatment for that one, and we just need to get the doctor to approve it. And then once the IV treatment is pretty quick, for anyone who's familiar with that, typically when you do IV antibiotics, it rips through pretty quick. Oh, poor mom. Yeah, I know. It's like really, but she is getting better. Because there was a kaleidoscope of problems all interacting and causing issues. So now we knocked out the hardest problem first, the most potential damaging, and now we are addressing everything else and everything else that comes with it, right? So, but the pain is going down, the wound is healing more. It's patience now. It's patience and just getting the right treatment done, you know? That's okay. Hey, she's doing a lot better. Yeah, I've been through an IV antibiotic. It's super quick. Yeah, it's, that that's where I'm at. I'm like, yeah, I know IV antibiotics is fast, so. So, we are, cameras are a fun, they're a fun thing to deal with. I'll tell you one thing, is that when it comes to cameras, really, when it comes to cameras, even if a camera says, "Oh, it can do 4K," there's a difference. There is a difference. All right, and did suffer from severe infections a couple of times. Not trying to make things about me. No, I understand what you mean. No, you relate, right? You know, my mom's been having an issue for a year now, and but we're finally, I believe, on the positive side of the problem. We're finally like the major issue is now fixed, and now we're just doing the slight adjustments that are needed to finalize your treatment, and hopefully she'll be in tip-top shape relatively soon. Yeah, sepsis is no good. Sepsis is no bueno. Sepsis is that was at the end what killed my brother. So yeah, you know, like, it wasn't just the sepsis, it was other things, but you know, it's, you know, it caused sepsis. So yeah, sepsis, you don't play with that. That's not fun. But you know what the funny thing is? So, I could take an entire stream to explain about cameras, because cameras are difficult. When a camera says it can do 4K, it doesn't necessarily mean native 4K. Let me explain something. Let me explain something that's actually really interesting, that kind of really explained to me how cameras work, okay? When a camera says, oh, it can shoot at 4K, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to look good. So I want you to imagine a plate of spaghetti, okay? And I want you to imagine the plate essentially being the plate is the resolution. So you say, oh, it's 4K. The bigger the resolution, the bigger the plate. And I want you to imagine spaghetti as pixels. So if I say, we're going to serve this spaghetti on a giant plate, right? And say that's 4K. But we put 4 noodles on that plate. What's happening is that those noodles are now being stretched out to try to compensate for that size, which means it's going to look grainy, it's going to look like garbage, right? And then there's the other way, where some people are like, yeah, it shoots at 1080p, but the pixels are crazy amounts. So sometimes you have a little plate and you can only pile so much on that plate before stuff starts coming off, which is, you can have a great sensor, but if it only shoots up to 10K, it doesn't, or only 1080p, it's not getting any more details. You're at a loss of details. It doesn't add anything. So it is a balance between a good number of pixels and up-resing along with the quality, right? So if you are looking for being able to having a higher pixel density over it seeing 4K, right? Because when people think 4K, oh, they think that's high resolution. That's just the size of the file. That's it. It's the size. It's the resolution size. If you have enough information, you can, if you have enough information or if you have enough pasta, you can get to that higher amount. But at the same token of time, and that's how they get away with it. That's how they sneak around it. Like, funny enough, let me show you. Let me show you real quick because I'm actually editing a video here. Okay. This video is 1080p. Okay. Let me just make sure that this is up. This video is 1080p, right? The resolution of the sequence is 1080p. But if I were to make a sequence that was 4K, which I will quickly do, just for kicks and giggles. So now, this is a sequence that's 4K. If I were to take this sequence here and put it into here, take a look, right? That is what 1080p looks like on a 4K screen, right? But if I do this, okay, is that 4K now? Well, no. No, it's not 4K. That's 1080p upscaled to match the resolution. It doesn't increase the quality, right? It's bigger, yeah, but it's the same pixels but stretched, right? It's still 1080p footage stretched out. So if I were to go make this 4K, take a look. If I zoom in, you can see the image is not 4K. It is still, because if this was 4K, this would all be clear. But you can't see the edges on my mustache here. There's some blurring there. There's some, because it's a 1080p image, right? That is how they sell. Oh, it's 4K, because all they do is they just take that image and go, there, 4K. Which, no. Or is it, prednisone combined with antibiotic or white cell count lowered, that is infuriating. I understand. I definitely understand. Each pixel is now, each pixel is stretched to 4 pixels, which, Now, here's the thing. If you were to watch a 4K image, here's what's funny. If you were to watch a 1080p video upscaled or stretched to 4K, and then you watch a 4K video on a 1080p screen, it would look no different. But if you have a 4K monitor, and watching a 4K thing, you'll clock it immediately. Be like, that does not look right. Why does it look bad? It doesn't look clear. It's because it's not 4K. Now, unless you are shooting a nature documentary or you're shooting something for the aesthetic, like purely, yes, this whole sequence is 4K, or this really high quality sequence is 4K, there is no point for you to go to 4K. There is almost no point. 4K is not necessary for streaming right now. It's not. And I'm still on that. I still stand by that. That was something that I stood by back in because there was a conversation that I had with Jordan Fringe about that, and we had on our private Discord, and we just talked about resolution for a little bit and YouTube, and how YouTube started to really support like the 4K images, and we were all like, you don't need it. You really don't. You don't need it unless you are doing something that is truly like the whole point of the actual like YouTube video is a visual spectacle, right? So where's my phone? That's weird. There we go. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, that is essentially how the resolution works. The only other time that you would do 4K as well is if you were doing something like if you were doing like microscopic stuff, like you had to zoom in really close, then you would want to do 4K, because then it allows you to scale up the image, make it 1080p, and not lose any quality. if it's true native 4K. That's called native 4K. If you find a camera that says shoots in native 4K, that's kind of what you're looking for if you want to do that. But yeah, it's kind of... Sorry, I'm going a little bit of a rant here. We went to school for broadcasting, and we had a whole thing about it, and a whole rant explaining about how fake 4K was coming out, and yeah, we went to college for all that stuff. What's up, how are you? I'm alright, how are you? My favorite Crash level. One of my favorite Crash levels is still, trust me, I'm terrible with names, is from Crash 4, the Mardi Gras level. That's one of my favorite levels. It's really good. Now, when it comes to the old games, I gotta lean into my nostalgia, and I love Crash Bandicoot Warped, and I gotta love the Baby T levels. Like, as a kid, I would just replay those levels over and over again because you got to ride a dinosaur. Offbeat, that's right, offbeat, thank you. Listen, I could play a level 20 times, and I will forget its name all the time. It's just, I'm terrible with level names. I'm terrible at it, and you know, I get self-conscious because I remember some people used to be like, you call yourself a Crash/Spyro fan, you don't remember the level names. It's like, no, I don't. Seeing some of like the old footage restored and stuff, man, sometimes it's wild. Did you know that old film cameras, like even back in the day, like even the black and whites, what they were shooting in was, it wasn't 4K, like necessarily like 4K, but it also kind of was back in the day, which is wild. But they didn't know how to keep basically they didn't know how to keep things clean. They didn't know how to keep things like looking good, and that's why it looks like, and of course the monitors back then couldn't display, but if you could get the original film reels with very little or no degradation, you can restore like a movie that was shot on film from years ago. You could get a movie that was shot on film if you're able to get the film and it was preserved correct, and restore it to like true native 4K. Yeah, Papu kind of, you know, he's got the plumber problem. He's got the plumber's crack. Let's shift over to Coco for a little bit. I love how they, yes. Rolling Stones. You know, there was a question that somebody asked me, and I sat there and I genuinely thought, I don't know, is what am I going to do after Spyro 4 is like released and out, and then like let's say like 6 months after Spyro 4 has been released, what am I going to do? And I sat there and I was like, I don't know. It's a weird thought and feeling. It's a weird kind of mental place to be, just thinking about, you know, what's next, right? Oh, shoot. Checkpoint was right there. It's kind of wired. It's kind of wild to think, like, what's next, right? What is next? And while, you know, we're still waiting for Spyro to come out, of course, it's not... Ah, he did it again. The question would have to turn to, okay, when are we going to see the next Spyro and the next Crash, right? It's... Has my confidence in Spyro 4 wavered at all? No. No. It hasn't. It hasn't wavered. You know, I was always positive about it before, but of course there was that lingering thought of, you know, it was always, you know, evidence-based speculation, right? Now it's not, right? Now there isn't. Right? It's... My confidence has not wavered. Now, that doesn't mean I can't read a room and turn and look and see that morale has gone down. Right? That's something that, you know, would be very blind for me to do. To be like, yeah, morale hasn't gone down at all in the community. No, morale's gone down. I can attest to that, and I can understand why it's gone down. And it sucks because not everybody gets access to privileged information, right? And sometimes it can drive someone crazy, right? You'd be like, oh my gosh. But everything, unfortunately, from before, all the way up to January 2024, right? Now, has Toys for Bob tried to do a Spyro 4 in between? Maybe. I'm not 100% certain, but there's been conversations that I've had where there's been kind of... There's been projects, there's been attempts, there's been, you know, conversations. There's been not even necessarily fully with just Toys for Bob. And Spyro got dealt a bad hand between the pandemic, between just everything in between. It was all just a matter of circumstance, right? And as I've learned and tried to get smarter and better about that, there have been things in the past that I thought meant something, and other times where it does mean something in certain contexts. There's a range of things. Hi Carl, how's it going? But overall, no, my confidence in Spyro 4 has not wavered whatsoever. You know, but also too, I do very much care about this community a lot. I really do. And I genuinely adore this community. Both the CGE community and the Spyro community. And of course the Crash community as well. And I want to take care of people in that way where I explain expectations. And I made mistakes in the past, of course. But everything that I've ever said has always been said with good intentions. But it sucks right now because, like I said, the Spyro morale is down. And it feels bad that it is down, but it's not like it's a mystery as to why. I think most people know. Charles has been a member for 51 months. 9 more months and it's half a decade. Jeez Louise, that is wild to think, Charles. Thank you so much. And it's wild to think that I've been doing it this long. Oh, shoot. No, I definitely understand patience is being tested. I do think, too, there was definitely a... There was definitely... I think Bubsy really hit a nerve for a lot of people. And it is kind of like...
I feel fired up, Bob.
Hotshot! Thank you so much, Hotshot, for all your love and support. 19 more months for me. Well, thank you so much for all your love and support, Hotshot. Thank you so much. It's more of a... How do I explain it? Also, without losing my train of thought. Bubsy... People aren't mad that Bubsy is back. People are mad that even other companies can recognize that 3D... We're right now in an era where 3D platformers are starting to thrive again and starting to generate a large amount of interest, a large amount of income, a large amount of merch, a large amount of everything at a lower cost. Hey, Elena, thank you so much for being a member for 35 months and being around for much longer than that. Loving this screen. Love seeing the green. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting. If you want to become a member, it's like a Twitch subscription. You can click join in the on the button below. And if you can't see it, if one of the moderators could throw a link in the chat, where if you want to join and support the channel like a Twitch sub with a monthly payment, and you get access to a whole bunch of different emojis and stuff, that would be great. Oh no, come on. Got it that time. But people are upset. People aren't mad at Bubsy. People are mad that a game like that people can even recognize, Atari, can recognize, hey, you know what? Bubsy could make money. And the fact that Atari recognizes that, and these other major corporations seemingly can't recognize that a game with more than quadruple the fan base that, you know, Bubsy has would make so much more money. And of course, there's also been quite a number of less than satisfactory comments. There's not really a link. Okay, well, pop-up window. Click the join button below. Did I miss some boxes? Ah, it's all right. Oh, shoot. And I think that that's what's made a lot of people angry. A lot of people are angry. And yes, Bubsy is the face of that anger. Bubsy is definitely the face of that anger. And I totally get it. I 100% understand it. And I sympathize, because when I saw it, I was kind of blown away, but also borderline offended that a game like Bubsy could be coming out, and you got Jack and Daxter, Sly Cooper, Banjo-Kazooie. You got these you got these, like, oh, that's right, there's the stud. I always forget about that stud. When are you going to play Crash 4 again? Well, we're coming up to October, and October is the anniversary of Crash 4, so I think that would be as good a time as any. So maybe we will restart a Crash 4 playthrough for the anniversary in October. I think that would be good as time as any. Right, October, yes. Oh, what? Why did I not? Why did that not go that way? Getting impatient now. Gotta stop that. Man, what? Okay, come on, no, I jumped. I was pushing the jump. For some reason, it just wouldn't jump. I understand the other box throw over the fence. We're not doing a full, like, hardcore playthrough of Insane. We're just doing a nice casual playthrough. I always remember the day Crash 4 came out because it came out my birthday. Well, that would be an easy way to remember it. I still remember people sitting there and hating on Toys for Bob and being like, oh, they're going to make Crash 4 too easy. Oh, it's going to be a baby game. You guys, you know, they don't understand it. They're just going to make it so easy. And I remember reading those comments. And I remember, like, laughing hysterically when I got the game and was, like, playing it and trying to get through it with my review code. I was sitting there reading those comments, dying laughing. And I remember I made a tweet where I could it was like I could announce that I was playing it. I made a tweet with from Django Unchained of what's his face, Leonardo DiCaprio smoking and having like the bags under his eyes. He had like a Monster Energy in his head. He had bags under his eyes. He had a cigarette, laughing. And it says, everybody that thought that Toys for Bob made an easy game have no idea what they're in for. Paraphrasing it. And I remember sitting there and seeing a whole bunch of, like, it got like a couple hundred, like, likes and stuff, but I remember looking at the likes and the retweets, and some of them were from Activision employees. Like, whoa, that was weird. They were legitimately from, like, Activision employees, varying from within Toys for Bob and, like, on like directly with Activision. And I remember laughing hysterically as I saw the likes and I was looking through them. Because I clocked one person that I knew that worked there that liked it, and then I decided to go and take a look, and I found a whole bunch of other ones where there was a whole bunch of people that liked it. That were, I was like, you are not prepared. It was like, oh no. If I had more time, I was thinking about doing the Illidan Storm Rage from the opening cutscene of. I know there's stuff down there. I can't remember what's down there though. From the opening cutscene of Burning Crusade, that you are not prepared. That might have been 4 back there. I'm very rusty when it comes to Crash and Sane. I will be the first to admit I am very rusty. Very rusty. So yeah, when I remember laughing and thinking it was hysterical when it was like, it's probably gonna be way too easy. It was just like, you're funny. You're real funny there, bud. Away we go. Hey, Pink Eagle Soren, how's it going? How you doing? And up, and up, and up, and up. There we go. The beta for Crash 4 was the time. Yeah, it was. There was those little levels. In fact, then they made it easier. They actually made the levels a little easier, which I thought was hysterical. I thought it was really, really, really funny that they made it easier. I do think that if Crash gets added to Cross Worlds, which I think would be awesome. I genuinely think it would be, if they're bringing back the Pac-Man repack and they're bringing that along as a crossover, I don't see why they couldn't do a crossover with both Crash and Spyro. I don't see, oh shoot. That's right, he goes from, yeah, he does the patterns, right? I forgot. Gonna be enough. For some reason, I keep thinking of like Tiny Tiger. I just gotta remember is it just literally this triangle? Yeah, it is. Okay. Does it not move after you jump on it? Forgot about that important bit. It's not gonna be enough. Got him, there we go. Alright, so we're safe here. Not quite enough. Might actually be better to just stay in the center here, actually, now that I think about it. Woo! One of the things that I do think that I think it genuinely seeing Crash in Sonic Cross Worlds, and heck, throw Spyro in there too, why not? An expansion for that would be unreal, and I think it would be a genuinely really fun thing that I think would, there would be so many extra sales just because Crash was in it. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that if you turn around, you do the initial launch, and then you throw in Crash as a bonus character, I think you genuinely have something that would absolutely blow people's minds. I do think that, and I do think that it would be a really good idea, I think. But also, too, it would be a natural, I don't want to say like olive leaf, but like it would be a natural branch, I think, not just for fans, but also for like my content. I think that, oh shoot, like I also selfishly want it because as a fan it would be great, but also as a content creator it would be amazing too, because what would happen is that it would inject new life into the franchise once more, because people that had half interest in Crash from the Sonic era would come check things out, and of course inevitably they would come across my channel, Wumpa Lewis's channel, they would come across, you know, there's an Aku Aku up there, you know, they would come across all of our work, and it would be such a, you know, a steroid shot into our channels and into our content. I think it would be really fun. Yes, if you want to support the stream, there is a link in the description below if you want to. If we hit our goal of 1,500 by the end of the month, we get another, we get a bonus live stream. And what? Why is my character? Why is Crash like running away? Oh, I needed that. Shoot. Oh well. Anywho, actually no, I can just do this. Yes, so if we fill the bar, we get an extra stream at the end of the month, which, hey, if this month it gets filled, That would be wild because you guys would be getting a 12-hour stream next Tuesday, and then sometime in very early October or late September, if we somehow fill the bar, we would have an extra 8-hour stream. So you guys would be getting an extra 20 hours of stream CGE content this month if we are able to fill that bar. An extra 20 hours. And it would be a challenge stream as well. It would be a challenge stream as well. So it's not just a regular stream. You guys get to watch me suffer and pull my hair out. And for a lot of people, they seem to enjoy watching me do that. A lot of people seem to like me angry in a gaming rage sense. Oh. I mean, in the one Sonic racing game, they literally had Wreck-It Ralph. Like... Shoot. Like, you know, so why couldn't, you know, if they could get Wreck-It Ralph, they have Hasune Miku and Joker from Persona. And not to mention, it being relevant to the a Japanese audience, Crash is relevant in Japan. So, no matter where you go with it, could you imagine the Crash mascot commercial in Japan for Sonic Racing Cross Worlds? 20 hours of Balan Wonderworld? No. No. I would put a monetary amount to me playing Balan Wonderworld for 12 hours. I would. But it would be high. It would be high. And part of the reason why it would be high is because I know that people... I was like, yeah, they're not gonna... They wouldn't be able to, you know, fill this in time. No, I'm not gonna be like, $100,000. No, I'm not gonna make it that. But it would be substantial. I would also get like custom art for the thumbnail too. And it would probably be me like in a straitjacket, like screaming with Balan Wonderworld, just being like like cheesing and looking at me, and I'm just like, ah! In a straitjacket, losing, like freaking out. That would be the thumbnail. Dang it. That stupid lizard. couldn't even, no, I couldn't finish the game. I couldn't. I always hate this bloody lizard. I can't remember. So can I not jump on its head? Right? If I try to... Okay, I can. Why did I think I couldn't? I was told if you take out the... I thought that you could take out the bat, and the bat would make it so that none of the other bats come charging at you. Evidently, I either misremembered or I was told wrong, because I remember someone in the stream telling me that before. Evidently, I was wrong. Let's take out both bats. Gotcha. If you were in a Crash Bandicoot game, it is a dream that one day, hey TLOS, how's it going? How much for the Balan Wonder? Oh, jeez. I would set it to, like, if we made, like... First, we would have to fill the $1,500 bar. That's because I gotta pay rent, right? I'm not gonna be like, you know, Balan Wonder bread. Or, you know, but... Dang it. $10,000. You know what? Sure. How about this? If I made in grand total, including the $1,500, $10,000, then I would do a 12-hour Balan Wonderworld stream. There. Phoenix Fire suggested the price. So, you know, how about that? If we made $10,000 in 1 month, $10,000 in 1 month in total through all the donations, including the rent, I would stream Balan Wonderworld for 12 hours. I would do it. There's the verbal contract. Yes, there is. It's the verbal contract. There. Let me here. You can clip this. You can clip this. Here we go. If I made $10,000 in the month, okay, in a month in donations through Streamlabs, we made 10 grand. I would stream Balan Wonderworld for 12 hours and not a minute less and not a minute more. As soon as that clock hit 12 hours, that game will be ejected out of my PlayStation and through the window. Any month. Any month. Any month. Any month. So if someone were to do that, I would absolutely do it. I will do it. $10K to watch CG stuff. I will do it. I will do it. Shoot. I mean, Zionist OG, brother, that would be what, $120,000 for me to do it once a month for 12 hours? I mean, listen. Listen, okay? Sure. For $120,000, I would stream Balan Wonderworld or anything that was terrible and family friendly for 12 hours every month for a year. Sure. For $120,000? Yeah. Sure. You have no idea how high quality the videos would be for that year. You have no idea. Those videos would be... You have no idea how high quality those Crash and Spyro videos will be. They will be peak. They would be peak. Going too far? Absolutely not. Dang it. You could make like the 12 games of death, okay? Where it's like, all right, we got, you know what? Maybe we'll do that. We'll do the 12, someone draft the 12 games of death, which will be like, okay, every time we pass $10,000 in a month, we get a 12-hour stream of a game of death. Okay? No, it'd be $120,000 for the year. And then one day out of each month, you would have to do, we're going to call it the 12 games of death, okay? And these are the games that every time we exceed 10 grand that month or the following month, we will set up a stream for 12 hours of that game. And the rules are simple. 12 hours, and if you even beat it, you have to restart and keep playing over and over until the 12 hours is up. The 12 games of death, okay? And if we knock one down, we then, and once that's done, then if it happens again, we go to the next game, all right? Maybe we'll do that. Trust me, if someone were to do that, y'all, the videos that would come out, would be so high quality, y'all would have no idea. And I would do it 100%. But I'm not making that a verbal contract as of yet. But as of right now, the first game of death is Balan Wonderworld. We exceed $10,000 in donations in 1 month. We'll do a 12-hour stream of Balan Wonderworld. I will hate every second of it, but I will be so happy to do it. I will hate every single second of it. I will want to tear my skin off with a fork, okay? I will be in full rage CGE mode, primed and ready to go. We'll push it further. The only coffee I could drink would be Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Super Jets have to be reduced by 30%. Dagger. They have to be reduced by... So, sure, I could include Super Chats, but whatever is donated through Super Chat, minus 30%. Because that's YouTube's cut. YouTube takes that cut. Okay? I hate Dunkin'. I loathe Dunkin'. But I would, for that stream, if someone did that, okay, we would make it all prepared. Okay? Listen. We would go all out and make it as awful as possible for me, okay? I would be the grumpiest. I would be in full verbose verbal stripping and ready to go nuts, okay? For 12 hours. Again, though. Oh, don't even say the word.
What have we got?
The place that shall not be named. Maldraxxus Grump. Yes, Maldraxxus Grump.
What have we got?
Don't get me started on Maldraxxus. Don't. Listen, do I enjoy torturing myself? Yes and no. In the moment, I don't. Okay? But I also know that it's when some of the most unhinged comments from me come out, where they are so verbally insane and it's where at one point there was a CGE quotes like doc or something where people were just like keeping quotes of me. You know, they had the audacity to send me their for a request yesterday. I almost uninstalled. Go to Maldraxxus. How dare you? How dare you? I quote think he still exists. I believe so. It was yeah, so I still remember the quote for Shadowlands that to this day is that someone asked what Maldraxxus was and I compared it. I said it's like meaty bionicles. And I still remember that quote, and I just remember the only person who was familiar with it in chat, which was Jay, just dying. It was meaty bionicle, followed by meaty bionicles is how we became friends. That's a quote within itself. Meaty bionicles is how we became friends. It got to the point where quite literally, when we went to PAX East, Shooter knew how. He goes, "Hey, watch." Shooter brought his buddy from. He brought his friend, and he elbows his buddy. He goes, "Hey, watch this." But his buddy also played World of Warcraft. He goes, "Hey, CG." I said, "What?" He's like, "So tell me how Shadowlands ruined the Warcraft lore." And I almost exploded. And my voice was going out that day. I remember my voice. I was trying to like preserve my voice, right? Because I was like, "Ah, man, I'm losing my voice." So I was trying to be quiet and trying to be positive. That went out the window. I completely blew my voice again from me just losing my marbles. I lost my mind. But His friend sat there and listened to my rant, and he just turned to him. He goes, "You know he's not wrong." He just sat there quiet, listening to me ranting, and then at the end he goes, "Yeah, you know he's not wrong." Come on. There it is. That's a true friend. Yes, it's a true friend. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on the Burger King crown. Just don't. Don't get me started on the Burger King crown. How, like, I don't know how they could have figured a way to make it like the dumbest looking thing ever. They went from the Lich King armor being one of the most iconic, coolest pieces of armor in the history of ever. Oh, yeah, the jailer did nothing wrong. Yeah. Also, everything was the jailer's fault. It's like, every storyline that you've ever loved in this game, it was because of the jailer. Hey, Snackers, how's it going? Michelle's apologized, but I literally cannot say anything good about Maldraxxus. Maldraxxus was a... Listen, okay? Maldraxxus went as well together with Warcraft like peanut butter and sardines, okay? Like, that is what if you could give a flavor to Maldraxxus, it's peanut butter and sardines. Yummy. We don't talk about the jailer. We don't talk about jailer. We don't talk about the jailer. All right, I'll be right back. dog out. I got out of the bathroom. My dog looked at me. He's just like, I have to go to the bathroom. Quick break. Hey, Elena, thank you so much for the $5. $5 from Grandma. Put all this towards helping. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that, Elena. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I feel fine. Just had to, like I said, I came out of the bathroom and my dog was just like, I have to go to the bathroom. So I was like, all right, fine. It. Come on, I'm trying to cheese it. Puppy had to pee. Yeah, basically. He's sitting there looking at me. He's just like, woof. My dog doesn't bark. He boofs. He's like, woof. Like, you have to go to the bathroom? Woof. It's like bark and woof. And it just comes off as boof. Hey Daniel, how's it going? We're a fan of cheesing it. We are cheesing it. We like the cheese. We like the cheese. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Boo doo 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 boo doo 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 doo. Shoot. Helping your mom and my dog. Oh, I appreciate that, Lena. Thank you. Oh, malarkey. Bologna, malarkey, and cheese. Don't worry, Dagger, you'll get there. Okay, I just... Just hold up on the D-pad. That's it. Just don't use the analog stick, because if you mess up, you go bye-bye. Numbers are so small on phone keyboards. Everyone's favorite type of cheese. Ooh. For me, it depends on what you're putting it on. Like, for example, you put provolone on, like, a steak sub? Yes. You put provolone on Caesar salad? No. Right? I know there's stuff back there. I can't remember how to get back there. You fly on Wednesday. Are you heading to Japan? That's exciting. Yeah, I like dogs that they don't bark too often, but when they do, they're like woof. It's like I bark with dominance. Excuse me. Well, congratulations. I'm happy to hear that, Dagger. One day I hope to go on a trip like that. I do. Alright, guys. Let's start putting together the 12 games of Doom. We got Balan Wonderworld. And the only game that it would be on there, but no, because it genuinely is going to be saving for when we hit 100K, which is Enter the Dragonfly. Enter the Dragonfly is got its own little category. However, I will say, after 100K, it can go on the 12 games of Doom. Bubsy 3D, okay. Sonic 06, sure, okay. We could put a Legend of Spyro Eternal Suffering. Okay, yeah, we'll put Eternal Suffering on there. Here, let me get a list. Well, let me get a piece of paper here, pen and paper here real quick. Hold on, let me... Of course, it also has to be family friendly, right? It has to be family friendly. That's the other thing, is it? It's gotta be, you know... Superman 64, alright, alright. Okay, hold on. Alright, so we got... Balan Wonderworld. Balan Wonderworld, okay. Then we got Bubsy 3D. Sonic 06. Superman 64, okay. Pokemon Legends EA Mega Victory Bell run only. I mean... Nah, not the recent Pokemon games. No. That's not, no. I'm talking, like, notoriously being pretty bad. See, I would recommend Crash Boom Bang, but Crash Boom Bang, unfortunately, is relatively short. So, I mean, unless you want it on there. If you guys want it on there, we can put Crash Boom Bang on there. Pepsi Man. Crash Bash 200%. But here's the thing, if I do Crash Bash, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people who are gonna be like, I'm offended because I love Crash Bash. Right? It's gotta be It's gotta be like, no, this game, everyone believes this game is awful.
What?
So we are creating the 12 Games of Terror, which is a challenge that we're going to have, which I have set out, that any time in total of the total month donations, we surpass $10,000. If we ever do, there would be a stream, that's a 12-hour stream, of one of the 12 games of disaster, 12 games of horrors, 12 games of whatever you want to call it.
Oh, Into the Dragonfly's on there.
No, Enter the Dragonfly has a special spot reserved for when we hit 100K. But after we hit 100K, it can get added to the list. So,
Okay.
so far we have Balan Wonderworld.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Bubsy 3D. Sonic 06. Superman 64.
Superman 65.
Oh, it was bad.
Okay.
It was bad.
What about one of the generic rip-off games?
No, it
Like
doesn't.
Titanic?
No, it can't be meh. Not meh. It's gotta be.
Titanic was meh? That's horrible.
No. If it's a rip off, it's gotta be painful.
Okay.
It's gotta be painful. It's gotta be glitchy.
What
It's
about Nintendo Kart Racers?
what?
Did you play Nintendo Kart Racers at one point?
Nickelodeon kart racers.
Yeah.
The first one. Okay,
Oh.
yeah, Nick kart
Is
racers.
that part of the...
That kart.
I know it was the end.
Yeah, Nick kart racers. That's right. Nick kart racers. That was the stream that Katie always tells me, Aaron, that's the stream you made me a mod, and I'm upset. She's like, because it could have been a Spyro stream, it could have been a Crash stream, it could have been any other stream. No, you
Those are the
made me a
ones you had
mod
to
on the
work-
Nick kart
I
racers
think you
stream.
had to work the hardest on that stream, though.
Well, that's why I needed help. I was like, help.
All good things.
Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 games so far.
We need 10?
12.
Wow.
For if someone decides for each month. No, why not Minecraft? No, it's gotta be universally hated. Listen, I'm not. Here's the thing: if I was told I had to do a 12-hour Minecraft stream, I'd be like, okay, I could work with this, right? I could make something out of this. This has to be like sit there and suffer. DS version of Harry Potter. No. Elf throwing. We'll come up. Someone else mentioned a Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man was Pepsi's attempt at making a platformer.
Oh my.
Pepsi. All right, I dropped out Pepsi Man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 so far. Oh no. I don't know. I don't know. There were some games that were like. Because here's the thing. There's the games that are like, oh, like, someone could turn around and be like, oh, well, Crash Twinsanity is on Rascal. I've never heard of Rascal. Never heard of Rascal. And then you look back and you're like, wow. Rascal's the PS1 game and it's bad. Okay. They might be. By the way, you got to lift up the garbage bag because Denver had his head in it. Yeah. Why is my phone going off? Who is? No, it's not like calling. It's like somebody's sending me something. All right, I love you. Ooh, I'll look into that. Yeah, I heard that Golem game was terrible. I did hear that game was awful. Just gotta make sure that it's, you know, that we can play it on stream. You see, my problem is that when I was a kid, right? If there was a game, hey El Javizi, how's it going? How you doing, my friend? I'll throw on Crash Boom Bang. For now. There we go. Oh yeah, of course, hold on. The Legend of Spyro Eternal Suffering. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we got 9. We would need 3 more pretty universally bad games. Now, like I said, Enter the Dragonfly gets its own little category because we gotta hit 100,000 subs first. There are some frustrating work stuff, so friends and Crash are the best medicine. Yes, they are. Well, I'm happy that you can spend some time with friends and not so much with work because of silly work stuff. Ow! Ow! There we go. There we go. Is Sonic and the Secret Rings that bad? I know I sound pretty, you know, blunt in saying that, but is it that bad? Yes, okay. I love Secret Rings. See, annoying. Okay, all right, hold on. I'll write it down as a maybe. Sonic. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll put Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. I don't think I've heard one good thing about that game. Yeah, we got Bubsy written down already. Yeah, I haven't heard one good thing about Rise of Lyric. Bubsy 4. Well, you see, you know, we don't know how good or bad Bubsy 4D is. We hope it's good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10. I'm trying to think of some of the bad games that I played as a kid. The one more bite we can't play at Concord. Let's play Concord. Oh wait, we got Superman 64 written down. Oh, there was a Beyblade game that I played that was so half-baked. The problem is you could finish the story in half. You could finish the game in half an hour. So, kind of hard to do that for 12 hours. Malarkey. Beyblade on PS1? Yeah, Beyblade on PS1. I used to play it a lot, but, you know, when we went back and we looked at it, we were like, oh, man. Because it was so short, but for what it was kind of fun. Like, it was fun, but liking SNES is known for being crazy hard. It doesn't necessarily have to be hard. It's just gotta be, like, infamous, like, just, like, bad. Is there even a port for that ET game? And can you even play that game for longer than, like, 12 hours? Hotel Mario. I've never even heard of Hotel Mario before. But I like Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2. Oh, you know what? I gotta pull out, and maybe we'll stream it someday. I gotta pull out Mega Man Legends. I don't think there's a way you could you? Jay, Is there a way? Is there a way to do it now? Private servers exist, they do, but who would do a private server who would want Shadowlands? Like, it's just sitting out. I mean, I don't know if anyone would actually want to watch that, you know, on the channel. I don't know if anyone would. Sagas was pretty bad. Dragon Ball Z Sagas was pretty terrible. You can use my account. Apparently, I need to go there. You're like, how dare you? The fact that there's anybody that would want to go back to Shadowlands. Firestorm Ouroboros. No way. That's shocking that there's even one to begin with. Ow. Oh, shoot. That's right, Garfield kart racing. That's right. That's right, Garfield kart. For the first one. Okay. So here is our... All right, I think we have, for lack of better terms, our 12 games of Doom. Balan Wonderworld, Bubsy 3D, Sonic 06, Superman 64, Nickelodeon Kart Racers, Pepsi Man, Gollum, Crash Boom Bang, Legend of Spyro Eternal Suffering, Sonic Rise of Lyric, World of Warcraft Shadowlands, and Garfield Kart 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And after we hit 100K subscribers, we then add Enter the Dragonfly onto that list. We have the 12 games of Doom. So, with that, It's like the 12 days of Christmas, but the 12 days of doom. Oh, baloney! And for each of those games, it's gotta be for 12 hours. So, if you guys, oh, come on. If you guys want to see that across Super Chats and Streamlabs donations, gotta be grand total of $10,000. We'll do it. Ouch. Now, it also doesn't have to be donations on stream either. If someone wanted to donate off stream, they could. It's just all donations. And if they amount to 10 grand, we do a game of, play a game from the list. And what I will do is, if the bar surpasses $1,500, the new bar will be 10 grand, and it will be the list. But also, too, we would also spend money to make the stream a little bit higher. We would have custom thumbnails. We might even do some, like, make it kind of an event. Maybe on Discord it would be like, hey, if you watched the live stream, you would get like an exclusive emote or something, or we would do something like that. We would do, if the list gets, listen, again, some of that money would go to making the stream more chaotic. It might be like, oh, you know, we would, oh, we just got our first donation. Oh, shoot. Rennie Johnson donated $1.75. There was a slight heart attack there for a second. Hey, see, how's it going? I have a suggestion for Spyro Community Day. Play, as usual, the full first game. Then after, if there's time, play Spyro 3. I think that game goes close enough to the first game than the second one. And I like a McB with wasp sauce. Ugh. That sounds painful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $1.75. I will consider doing Spyro 3. I will consider it instead of Spyro 2 for Community Day, because it is true we typically always end on Spyro 2. But we'll see. We will see. Cosplay, maybe. I don't know about being 12 hours in cosplay. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know how I would be in cosplay for, you know, certain things, but we can definitely do something, because again, oh, come on. All right. Okay. Wait. Papu Papu. Then it's Pinstripe, and then it's Cortex, right? So there we go. Verbal contract. We cross 10 grand. We'll do it. Okay, that's right. Oh, I am bloody excited for Spyro Community Day. Also, I just realized something. Spyro Community Day. What if we blow past $10,000 on Community Day? What if that happened? What if like oh, the timing would be both simultaneously perfect. Terrible. You're welcome. I just watched your 8-hour stream Community Day and thought it was funny when you and your wife was talking about California Kairos bees. She still talks about this. Oh my gosh, guys, that's right. Hang on. I'm sorry. I have to stop this stream for a second. There was something that happened yesterday that I will remember it forever. And I showed it to my father, and my father was like, "What? How did..." Listen, guys, it is something from the Senate. Okay, so we are brushing politics here. So keep your reins in, because it doesn't matter which side of the aisle that you're on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now, you might look at this and think to yourself, CG, that looks photoshopped. And it's not. It's not photoshopped. What I'm about to play you. It's 30 seconds. If you ever, listen, everyone out there watching, if you ever feel stupid, if you ever feel dumb, if you ever hate, if you ever feel this way, this person exists.
Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries. Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
I heard this one more time. Just one more time. Just one more time.
Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
Oh, my ribs. Oh, they hurt so bad. We are in the most cursed timeline. We are so doomed. We are so doomed. This man gets paid money. He gets paid money to do this. Oh, my ribs. It hurts so bad. That man is he gets paid money. He gets paid money. My camera is now all just out. He gets paid money. Okay? Now I'm just picturing. Now, assistant, I need you to take this image of Alien, blow it up, and put it on a soundboard for me. And I can imagine the guy being like, you want me to do what, sir? It's like, I need you to take the screenshot of Alien and put him on an easel so I can present it to the Senate and the president to get my point across about shrimp. I hate my life. Now listen, you eat shrimp from other countries other than the great country of America, you're going to turn one of them xenomorphs and start biting each other's heads off. They're crazy. They're crazy, I tell you. Before you know it, you're going to be spewing some egg sacs in a whole room, and then you're going to become very loving to it, and then the more shrimps are going to start jumping out, and they jump right out of your chest, and then blow it all open. makes an entire mess. The fact that he was able to deliver that with a straight face, a full straight face, full-throated endorsement. Like, just full-throated endorsement and not laugh. Like, listen, if I was forced up there and had to present this, okay, and I pulled the slide down and I saw Alien, I couldn't get through half of that sentence without bursting laughing, okay? Chest bursting, in fact. I could not get through the statement that he made. I couldn't. Okay? This man's talented. He's got talent. For him to stand in front of the circus and present to everybody about how eating shrimp from outside America is going to turn you into a chest burster xenomorph. And deliver it with gumption. Deliver it without snickering. Deliver it without making it a joke. We're in the dumbest timeline. We are so done. We're cooked. Much like shrimp, we are so cooked. The amount of times I would need to retake that would have been too much. Oh, absolutely. And the fact of it, like, okay. Like, listen. If you told me to do a presentation in front of people, but I know it's a joke and make it funny, I could probably get through it without snickering because I know it's a joke. But if I'm told you are in front of the most powerful people in the country and you have to present this and present it serious, I couldn't. I would just turn, I would just turn into goop or a laughing mess or a goop of a laughing mess. I couldn't do it. Like, if I had to do some Jackbox improv, I could probably do it. Landy Man! Oh, really, Flandy? You thought CM Punk's back in 23 return was who? Watch today's SmackDown. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm gonna have to watch it because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to tune in to today's SmackDown, and I am very not only am I appreciative of the donation, Flanny Man, which I'm very grateful for. Thank you. I'm happy that you told me. I don't want to be spoiled. No one tell me what it is in case you have watched it. But thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me because I'm now excited. I am now excited. Yeah, I am a wrestling fan. I was at Elimination Chamber in Toronto when John Cena did the unthinkable, which was wild. But if you want to know who my favorite wrestler is right now, I have a few, of course. But one word, 4 letters, 1 word. Yeah. You thought I was gonna say yeet? Nah, no. With everybody to say. No, when they did the big heel turn at Elimination Chamber. But yes, that guy is pretty. No, that's insane. I show that to my dad. My dad, is like me. He typically has like a witty remark or a witty comment, and always can, you know, he's kind of like me. He just sat there, dumbfounded. My dad just sat there staring at it, and he's like, I said, "You have nothing to say?" He's like, "How?" When it comes to Bret Hart, I think Bret Hart, back in his prime, was genuinely one of the best wrestlers. And it wasn't like, he could do cool, flashy moves, or he could do... It was that he knew how to pace a match, and he knew how to make it make sense. He knew, hey, this person needs to win, and the match needs to be this long, right? Which is something important in the world of wrestling, to know how long a match needs, how long a match needs to breathe, to, you know, how long a match needs to go, how short it needs to be, how long it needs to be, how to make the babyface look like a babyface, how to make the, you know, I would, but I also do think that, unfortunately, Bret is plagued by his past, and he will not let things go. Now, of course, one would think, oh yeah, because of Goldberg, and yes, but more than just Goldberg, you know, there are things that he says and does today that are very much, you can tell, are held in a place of anger, and but at the same token of time, you can't really sit there and say, oh, get over it, Bret, because what he says has truth in it. And also, yes, he was crippled because of what happened, and he ended his career early because of it. So, yeah. And then also, his brother was killed. You know, his brother was killed because of faulty issues with the wrestling company. So it's a matter of, he has a lot of bitterness that's valid, but I think that bitterness is, that bitterness has now seeped over to every aspect of wrestling, where now it becomes old man yells at cloud a little bit, and also being like overly sensitive about certain things, and getting angry at people for things that are kind of like, I wouldn't say outside of their control, but for things that are like not necessary. Like he sits there and picks and gets angry at things that are like, Brett, is this really worth getting angry over? Or Brett, is this really something that you gotta bring up over and over and over again? But again, it's kind of like Brett, you gotta, not everything that's in the wrestling industry has to deal with your injury or with what happened to you. Not everything is because of that, right? So that's kind of, so yeah. But no, for those who are confused, who are very confused to what I'm saying right now. So there was a wrestler, his name is Bret the Hitman Hart. Some of you may have heard of him. He was a very good wrestler. He wasn't the biggest guy. He wasn't the strongest guy, but he was very smart. He was very smart. He was very wise, and he knew how to pace matches. So, for example, there was a story where there was the British Bulldog, and they needed to have a match together. And typically, giving some wrestling inside lingo, the bad guy typically calls the match because it's up to the bad guy to make the good guy look good, right? And that doesn't mean that the good guy doesn't call any spots during the match, but typically it's the bad guy that leads the match, especially back in the day. Not so much today, but back in the day they used to be. And what happened was that British Bulldog went on a alcoholic, drug-induced bender and was awake for 3 days straight, and then told Brett honestly what had happened, and that he was completely like blitzed, and that he wasn't necessarily high anymore, but he was dealing with the aftermath of it, and he still hadn't slept. And it was the day of a big match between them, and Brett led the match, and the match is still a really good match to watch. Like, if you were to go back and go Bret the Hitman Hart versus the British Bulldog, it's a great match. And we found out afterward, or we found out years later, that it was Bret that led the match, even though he was the babyface. And it made him, the British Bulldog, look good. It made Bret look good. It all went smooth. And that's just how Bret is, his in-ring technician skills. He's like, he can get everything done on time. He makes everything look real. He sells it like it's death, but he also knows when not to and how to. He he gets it. He gets it, right? Years later, he got screwed over. And what happened was he was the WWF champion, and it was supposed to go to Shawn Michaels. Now, some of you may have heard of Shawn Michaels, but back in the day, he wasn't a good guy in the ring or behind the scenes. He was very much a very angry person, and him and Shawn did not get along. And Bret didn't really want to drop the belt to him, but his contract was coming up, and they had agreed that he was going to leave for another promotion called WCW, because at the time WWE wasn't doing so well in terms of funding, and Vince McMahon couldn't pay him. So, but he was very cordial with him, and he told him, listen, I'm not going to be able to match and pay you. Go to WCW and get your paycheck. And Bret said, okay, I'll get ready to sign with them, and I know that you're not going to re-sign me because of the money thing. Sure, no problem. So it came down to, okay, he's the WWF champion. Now he has to drop the belt because he's about to go to WCW. And behind the scenes, they were trying to figure out how is he going to drop the belt. Bret did not want to drop the belt. He had 2 weeks. He basically had 2 weeks left. He didn't want to drop the belt to Shawn, but he also didn't want to drop the belt in when he went to Canada, right? And he didn't want to drop the belt because he's from Canada. He's like, I don't want to drop the belt in Canada because that's my people, but I don't want to drop it to Sean. And so they were trying to figure out like a transitional championship. And finally, one of the writers, Jim Cornette, which he later on regretted that he said this, told Vince, just get your belt back. Just, it's your belt. Go get it back. So they came up with an idea, and what they did was it became famously was called the Montreal Screwjob. And what happened was that they told Bret, you're going to win tonight. It was all planned for Bret to win, and they planned it with Sean, and Sean told Bret, yeah, you're going to win. It's called going over. He went to the ring, and when he went to the ring, there was another set of plans that had happened that they said, hey, when you put him into his own finisher move, Vince is going to come out and he's going to say that Bret tapped out and that you won the belt. And of course, Bret wouldn't do that. So he puts the sharpshooter. Sean puts the sharpshooter on Bret Hart. Vince McMahon comes running out and says, Bret tapped, ring the bell, Shawn Michaels is the winner. So they do that, and Bret realized that he got screwed. So Bret got angry, and in the ring, if you guys want to look it up, it's crazy because you can see things spiral out of control. Just look up Montreal Screwjob, and you can see, like, for wrestling, things spiraling out of control really bad, where you see Bret going like screaming that where the mics are picking up what he's saying, and he starts spitting at Vince, and he's yelling, and he goes to the main camera and he spells out WCW to the camera to let everyone know that he's going to WCW, which was a bad, an opposing company at the time, which you never talked about the opposing company in WWE. They don't exist. The WWE is its own bubble. You don't talk about anything else. So Bret Hart then got shifted to WCW, and he started to do well there. And then WCW had this wrestler, which many of you may have heard of, named Goldberg. And Goldberg was essentially the guy that they would, basically he would kill everybody. Like, you send him out and he did 3 moves and basically just destroyed them. So, but Goldberg overall was inexperienced in comparison to the other people that worked at that were wrestlers. He was air quote inexperienced, right? So he was going up against, so months passed, and Bret the Hitman Hart then turns around and goes to take a kick from Goldberg, and specifically it's called a super kick, and Goldberg laid it in really hard and booted him, not in the mouth or grazed him, square in the face, like a giant mule kick. Now remember, Goldberg was an ex-football player and was already jacked and huge, and he just mule kicked for real Bret the Hitman Hart square in the head. Bret hits the ground, and all the lights above are now so bright. And you can look this up too. Whenever you see a wrestler, they don't typically, when they're selling, their face up, unless they just did something really bad, like they just jumped off a 16-foot ladder and they're covering their face, right? That's one thing. But he got super kicked, and he rolls over onto his stomach and goes into a bit fetal position. And through the match, he's trying to lumber through the match, and you can see he's not doing good. He suffered a severe concussion, and which then unfortunately led to him having a stroke. And the stroke was so devastating, they basically told him, you will never wrestle a day in your life for the rest of your life. And he was still young. He was still relatively young, but he got hit so hard and had a concussion so bad, they said that you would never wrestle ever again for the rest of your life. And that was it. And that's what you don't know, is that the Bret Hart family, that's all they knew was wrestling. That was the family name, was to wrestle. and he was just told that he would never wrestle ever again. And he was, you know, the catchphrase for Bret the Hitman Hart was the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. That was the catchphrase, and people agreed with it because he was that good. And that's also talking about without talking about the fact that, unfortunately, his brother, Owen Hart, was also a wrestler who wasn't as popular as Bret. He wasn't as popular as Bret Hart, but still relatively popular. Well, they were doing a big pay-per-view, and Owen Hart was going to come down, like, he was going to come down on a set of cables and come down to the ring. And this was the infamous incident where one of the cables snapped while he was coming down, and he dropped like 22 feet into the ring and died on impact. Just died. And it was, the recording was never seen because they were cutting to a video package. And while they were cutting to the video package and while they were setting him up to come down, he came down and died. And Vince had them continue the show. And there was a big blood splash in the corner of the ring. And they still continued to do the show, even though Owen Hart had literally just died in front of a stadium of like 30,000 fans. Maybe not 30, maybe 20,000 fans. So Owen Hart, or Bret Hart, has a lot of bitterness. Like, a lot of bitterness when it comes to the, like, why not cancel the show? That's what a lot of people said. A lot of people said just refund everybody the money, and that's it. But, you know, Vince's logic was, well, people paid good money to come here and watch a show. Let's give them a show, right? And, you know, forced wrestlers to go and finish the show and wrestle, even though, you know, kayfabe, which is, you know, back in the day, you know, kayfabe's dead now, but back in the day it used to be, you know, act like it's all real. And he just said the show must go on. So it was, so you can understand where Bret is coming from. You can understand why he feels the way that he does. You can understand why. And oh yeah, if you ever want him to, oh yeah, they reported you have to realize back in like the 80s and 90s, wrestling was like insane. Like they're having a bit of a resurgence now. They're having a resurgence, but the resurgence will never meet the sheer mass of epicsy back from the 80s and 90s, and even 70s too. 70s, 80s, but 80s and 90s definitely. Wrestling, I don't think will ever go back to that size. I mean, Hulkamania, right? Hulk Hogan. Everyone has literally heard of Hulk Hogan, right? Everybody has heard of Hulk Hogan, who just recently passed, right? That was, you know, the peak of Hulkamania, which was insane, right? It was insanity, right? Where people who didn't even know what wrestling was, they knew Hulk Hogan. But it was reported all over the news. It was oh shit. When that happened, you know, it was nuts. And you know, Bret Hart very much did not enjoy any of that. I'm sorry I went on a bit of a wrestling tirade there. I apologize, guys. It was I like, you know, I know for some people wrestling is like, oh, what's that fake stuff? But the thing is that it's not fake, it's scripted, right? There's a aspect of my favorite saying, one of my favorite sayings that I heard came from Jim Ross when they said, oh, it's all fake, right? And Jim Ross looked at them and said, how do you fake falling off a 16-foot ladder? How do you fake that? Right? And now it's interesting because they're kind of trying, you know, it's interesting because you hear stories about, like, you know, baby faces and heels, which is babyface the good guy, heels bad guy, that are best friends in the ring, and they're facing each other and they're burning the house down. And then you got two people who are on tag teams that are supposed to be best friends and they hate each other. And you learn about it backstage, and you learn about how things evolved or, you know, changed or whatnot. And it's interesting. It's interesting to me to see how things change or improve or get better or don't get better, right? There's different thoughts to it, and it's really interesting because there's an art to it. There's an art to wrestling, right? And then unfortunately, you have some of these indie mud shows that are just like, oh hey, let's do a and I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding. Let's do a no disqualification light tube match where they just take those light tubes that you like for office buildings and beat each other with it and throw people in it and have fun that way. It's like, no, what are we doing? What are you doing? And people see that and they're like, that's wrestling? Where it's a bunch of psychopaths hitting each other with light tubes for fun? You know what? I think I'm going to end the stream here because we're so close to Cortex and Pinstripe and Stormy Ascent. I think if I were to stop here, we would have just enough time for one more stream because I don't think I'm going to have enough time. I'm not going to have enough time to finish the game, but then if I go to stream again, I'm not going to have enough time to fill in the time slot. So I think we are going to pause the stream here for now. But we are going to go to Q&R. We'll go to Q&R. Thank you so much, Kristen, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you. So, if you guys got any questions, please. What's on the menu for tomorrow's stream? That's a great question. So, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, and what we're going to be streaming, I don't know. If anyone has any suggestions, please fire away because I forgot that, you know, Sonic Cross Worlds is not available anymore because, you know, reasons. Oh, that's right. Silk Song. That's right. That's right. Silk Song. We're going to try Silk Song. What is your favorite video game location? That's kind of a hard question. Very specific. My favorite video game location. My knee-jerk reaction is to say Artisan's Homeworld. I love Artisan's Homeworld. I really do. I think Artisan's Homeworld is just such a magical place. Ooh, another place I love is Chow Gardens. I love I love the Chow, like just the whole vibe of the Chow Gardens. I mean, that's a really, really, really good place. Um, you have Pokemon areas in Pokemon. You know, it's hard for me to choose, but those are a few of my favorite areas. Thoughts on Alt Tana for Crash Bandicoot 5 showing more of her backstory and with her having doubts of rejoining the Bandicoot duo. I would love to hear more of her backstory, but I don't think we need to have that. Oh, should I stay with them? Should I? But I do think that we should do a modern Tana and Crash Bandicoot 4 Tana and Alt Tana meeting, and uh, modern day Tana being an utter prima donna still, a complete prima donna, and Alt Tana and her just not getting along, and yeah, I think that would be just a a bits like the comedy bits that are there are just ripe for the picking. It's all there. It's all there. By the way, we are 90 subscribers from hitting 80 away from hitting 84,000 subs. 84,000. Do a check to see if you're subscribed if you want to be. If you think you're subscribed and you're not, just do a double check just to see, because sometimes subscriber check. Because we are close. We are very close. I wonder if we can hit 84,000 at least by the end of Spyro Community Day. That would be cool. That would be very cool. So I'll be blatantly honest with you, Emerald Queen. I don't. While I think it would be really nice to be able to read that, I would not have the time because I don't. I genuinely am struggling to balance time right now. Maybe at a later time, not right now. If I'm going to be completely honest, right now I am slammed. I am slammed right now. I was even considering canceling today's stream, but I didn't. I'm going to be working tomorrow and all day Monday to try and get the video that I have planned done for Tuesday. The thumbnail's already done, which is good, but Tuesday right now is the thing that I am focusing on right now is Spyro Community Day. Once we get through Spyro Community Day, there is going to be something that's going to be releasing the following week, which is going to be so. Okay, so what I have planned so far is next week is going to be a Spyro video. The following week is going to be a Crash Bandicoot video. And then the week after that is going to be our sponsored videos, which I'm not going to say anything about until we actually get it. I'm not going to say anything about because I'll probably be under NDA, but I still do have questions for the actual setup because there are some dates and times that I think are a little bit wonky right now that don't really make a lot of sense because, well, it just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. I'm doing the math in my head. I'm like, okay, this doesn't add up in terms of like the release times. So I just got to figure that out. Once I figure all that out, then we should be good. Which, by the way, I still don't understand why there are people who don't understand why didn't Insomniac make Spyro 4 video. It was really hold on. We're going to take a little bit of a sidetrack here because we do this sometimes. Because I genuinely want to know, where was I not clear, right? I don't want to. And also too, genuinely, I know this might sound facetious, but I'm not trying to be facetious here. I genuinely want to know where did I get it wrong, and where was the communication not clear? So once again, the title of the video is why didn't Insomniac make Spyro 4? Okay? That is the title of the video. And the thumbnail says why no Spyro 4 with Spyro crying. Okay? Then we get comments like this. Because Spyro 4 already exists, bruh. Okay. Yes, I am aware that because here's the thing. Even if, let's say, there are people that are like, oh, Enter the Dragonfly is Spyro 4. Enter the Dragonfly is Spyro 4. Okay, fine. Even, there's no point in my video where I say, I don't agree that Enter the Dragonfly is Spyro 4. At no point do I say that in my video. All I said was, why didn't Insomniac make why didn't they make Spyro 4? They made Spyro 1, Spyro 2, Spyro 3. Why didn't they make Spyro 4? Okay? That's what we're exploring. Okay? I got a comment like this. Now, you would think, okay, this was just one comment. No, it's not. Because, Madeline. What are we even... What are we talking about? Hold on. Because Spyro is weak without his friend Sparks. Without Sparks, he's like being sedated just when the enemies touched him. That's not even punching Spyro. He turned his body dramatically, then instantly slept. Unique but weird health concept. Unless if Spyro 4 has health bar that can increase the longevity, endurance, and times. Well, don't mind this subjective reason. It's just a joke. Have Finn. Was this translated from Chat GPT in a different language and then copied and pasted? What? Hey, you know what? That's cool. It's great how algorithms work, but glad I stumbled on you. Just got Duck Station, so I am reliving my childhood with Spyro playthroughs. Love your energy, research, and personality. I'm also Canadian, so I'm all about seeing more from your... That's the first time I've seen that comment. That's awesome. Where is the other comments? See, this is where I didn't understand. I was watching this and was confused a bit and looked it up and learned that Enter the Dragonfly, Hero's Tale, and The Legend of Spyro games were all by studios other than Insomniac. The first two seems close enough in style at the tune I played them, at least, that I didn't realize. That's wild. That's wild to me that people thought that even all the way up to Legend of Spyro, that Insomniac was still making those games. Where is... Like, oh, here's of course they're subscribed, which is kind of wild. Man, I love this channel. Spyro 4 soon, baby. Guys, it's so over. Spyro 4 is back, baby. Bros, we are cooked. Bubsy stole our Spyro. Okay. Again, They may not be called Spyro 4, but other games about Spyro were made in time, like Spyro: A Hero's Tale. Okay, but that's not what I'm talking about in this video. I don't understand. Right? I'm not talking about that. It's yeah, of course. Video title: Why did Insomniac make Spyro 4? The video. Let's start on how the Insomniac was made. Yeah, to explain the relationship between Universal and Insomniac, because it was prevalent for the subject of the video. And then here we go again. But they did. It was called Enter the Dragonfly. We got Spyro 4 in the 2000s. No. For real, they want to be revisionist, like with Crash 4 overriding Wrath of Cortex, the real Crash 4 for some reason. It's not revisionist history. I never claimed in the video that Spyro Enter the Dragonfly was not the real Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. It's Insomniac made 1, 2, and 3, and all of them were insanely successful, and they walked away from 4. Why wouldn't they make a 4th one when the first 3 were so massively successful? And I explained that in the video. There's no revisionist history here about me do I claim the game is bad? Yes. Do I claim the game is half-baked? Yes. Do I claim that it's not great? Yes. But there is at no point where I say it's not the real Spyro 4. At no point, I stay agnostic on that, because some people say it is, some people say it doesn't. Whatever, you want to say that, claim that, cool. I don't acknowledge that in this video. So why are people talking like I do? I don't understand. Bro forgot Enter the Dragonfly exists. Ah! Where am I not clear? Please. Where am I not clear? Can someone explain to me where I'm not clear? I don't understand. I don't understand. Where was I not clear? Bro, I saw the thumbnail and almost cried. Why? Why? I don't understand. Why didn't Insomniac make Spyro 4? Why is... And it's got almost 40 likes. It's got almost 40 likes. I thought for a second that I read Toys for Bob before realizing it was Insomniac written. That scared the crap out of me. But why didn't? It wouldn't be why isn't Toys for Bob making Spyro 4. I just... I just I don't understand why there were just so many comments about it. You were very clear about the subject. Thank you, Thorntrap. But that's what I mean, is that I felt like I was clear. I felt that I was clear. May even be bots. Yeah. Oh wait, here's another one. Dude, stop complaining. It's nice to see another game resurface from retirement. Bro. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. We got another one. Hold on. I got another. Yeah, I was about to wrap up. They got a really good one 8 days ago. Probably Microsoft's interference. That is being a who won't let devs create what they want to create. Ah! And the Kiwi Dragon literally put it perfectly. Microsoft's interference? With Insomniac? In the early 2000s? 20 years before they acquired Activision and by extension the rights to Spyro? I think you misunderstood the premise of the video. I recommend keep your head away from brick walls for a few hours. Good. You know what? Smart Alec, I'll take that into consideration. I will. I just. I don't understand. You know, Coca-Cola, that would be an amazing metric. Oh my gosh, could they please make that? I want to see that. Oh my gosh, it would be nice if YouTube had a metric where you know how much of a video someone watched before the comment was made. Oh, bless, please. Coca-Cola with the idea of the year. Please, we do this for Steam, where it's like this review came up after playing the game for 20 minutes. The idea of the year, YouTube, if you could implement one feature by the end of 2025, just one singular feature. This idea, Coca-Cola. This idea, do this idea and send a check to the mail to Coca-Cola, because what on earth That would be so good. It'd be like they watched 2 seconds of the video. Well, I know to disregard that comment because they only watched 2 seconds. Ah! That'd be such a good metric. All right. We have a few more minutes left. Yes, let me acknowledge and hear the news that yes, there's going to be a Call of Duty movie being made by Universal. And some people were shocked that I didn't talk and report on it, mostly because why? Why? Here's the problem. Okay? Is that Universal or Paramount? Sorry, was it Paramount? It might have been Paramount. It may have been Paramount. I thought it was Universal. Anyway, point is, oh, that's awesome, Emerald Queen. That is awesome. And I appreciate that. I am just baffled. So, but bouncing off of what Star 15 said was that Spielberg wanted the rights to the Call of Duty movie, but they wanted he wanted full creative reign, and Activision said no. Listen, the only resemblance of a decent story when it came to Call of Duty was Black Ops. Okay. Now, Black Ops 1 and I believe Black Ops 2, doing the Black Ops story of the mental twists that brought, that would be, I think, a really good story to go with. But here's the problem. I really, really, really don't understand and I will admit I might be ignorant on this. I don't understand why no one is thinking past the fact that they're slapping the name Call of Duty on an action movie. That's just another gun-toting flick that you could plop any name on. Okay? You could literally grab any military-based movie, okay, and slap Call of Duty on it, and it would work. And that's kind of a problem, because you could slap literally anything and call it a Call of Duty movie. Like, you could take a modern movie and switch it to calling it Call of Duty, and it would be fine. Right? You could take and think about this. You could take Saving Private Ryan, if you went back in time and you changed the name of Saving Private Ryan to Call of Duty. Right? Where's the argument against that? Why can't it be a Call of Duty? Why can't it be called Call of Duty? Or American Sniper. If it wasn't based on a book, if American Sniper wasn't based on the book, why can't you call it Call of Duty? Why can't you? The thread of storyline in Call of Duty is so thin And like I said, the only way that it works in my eyes is if they do the Black Ops story. But again, it's still, if you consider it as a film story, it's good. But what makes it Call of Duty? You see, if I were to sit there and say, okay, let's do this. Here, let me give you the premise and the issue, and I'm going to wrap it up. Okay? I want to make a Crash Bandicoot movie. When I say you want to make a Crash Bandicoot movie, there are things that immediately every single person who recognizes or even has heard of Crash Bandicoot knows of, okay? He's this orange little guy. He's a marsupial, or he's from Australia, and he's a science experiment. He's a science experiment animal, okay? Those are the baselines that you expect. And then there's other things. Oh, there's Wumpa Fruit. Oh, there's Cortex. Oh, there's Embryo, Engine, Coco, Tana. There are these things that you expect. There's the Insanity Isles. There's the Aku Aku masks. What do they do? There's these crates everywhere. They're full of Wumpa, right? So there are these predetermined things that you expect in when I say we are making a Crash Bandicoot movie. There are identifiers that make it stand out, that make it different from all the other movies and franchises and intellectual properties that we know of. Now, what is the thing about Call of Duty that makes it an identifier that stands out to everybody? Guns? What's the identifier? It's too broad. It's too broad. You could make any movie a Call of Duty movie if it's based in military. You can do it. You could do a World War II story and call it Call of Duty. They literally did Call of Duty World War II. You could do a story about the Vietnam War and call it Call of Duty. You could go back to nearly any fictional military-based action movie and call it Call of Duty. You could. How many movies are about the Vietnam War? How many movies are about World War II? How many movies are about all of these different... how many secret agent movies where it's this black ops that... there's a black site and there's these bad people that are trying to print money and they're trying to get this and they're trying to do that and and then there's these people who are ex-military that are being called back. You could go to the A-Team, okay, the A-Team reboot and call that Call of Duty. You could. There's no identifiers for Call of Duty. There's nothing that makes it different, okay? If I sat there and said, I want to make a Halo movie, okay, there's identifiers. You got Master Chief, you got Sci-Fi, you got the Covenant, you got the Halo rings, you got the Flood, you got the design of the ships, you got the design of the armor, you got the lore, the story, how the Spartans were made. You got different things, and even though, yes, it's a first-person shooter, Halo has identifiers. I could tell you that there's the game is Halo just by looking at the main character. I look at the main character, I'm like, that's Halo. Instantly recognize it. Halo. I know you're joking here, Clipper, but if they made a Metroid movie and I saw Samus in her metal suit, I'd say, that's a Metroid movie. Identifier. Boom. Immediately. Okay? And then you got Call of Duty. What's the identifier that stands out for it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. There's nothing. It's a military-based first-person shooter. And it's popular, and it's built well enough to keep people coming back every single year. And it's a mega game, okay? what makes it Call of Duty. If they did an experiment, you could go back and just rename all the Call of Duty games with different titles, and it would still fit. You could go back and name a whole bunch of other military games and call them Call of Duty, and they would fit. It's like if they turn around and they said, okay, we're making a SOCOM Navy SEALs movie, a Battlefield movie, and a Call of Duty movie. Which one's which? We're gonna play all three movies trailers for you, but not tell you which one is which. Would you be able to tell the difference? The likelihood is no. The likelihood is no. And that is where I question, like, it's all this is going to be. It's just going to be a military movie with some names from the original games and maybe following some resemblance of a plot that the games before followed. But which game? Which game's plot are you going to follow? Some of them are their own just isolated little adventures. Some of them are just like barely tied to another one. My brother's listening to this and he agrees with you 1,000%. See? This is what I mean. So here's the best part. Okay? It could be a great movie. It could be a fantastic movie. It could be. But it's because Call of Duty is such a general theme. It's a theme that we see everywhere. It could be a fantastic movie. It could win Oscars. It could win awards. It could. Because if I went to any of the other military-based Oscar-performing films and called it Call of Duty, it would match. Saving Private Ryan. Call of Duty. Bang. Great movie. The A-Team that came out in like 2010 or like 2009. Call that Call of Duty. You could. There are when you look at pieces of media, there are identifiers that stand out, that make it stand out. And the reason why Call of Duty stands out is because it's a higher quality, faster paced, more produced first-person shooter that comes out every single year, and it is made by giant conglomerates, and it has all these connections, it has all these things, and it has a brand name. So what's the point? What's the point? What's the creative control that you want? What's the creative control? I don't understand. Will sell well, but I think it will only be successful due to relying on its namesake to sell. Again, it's going to have that label based on the multi-billion-dollar franchise Call of Duty. But the story could be anything. So so when they said, "Oh yeah, we paid the rights for it to be called Call of Duty," it's basically, "Hey, we're making a military-based film and we got the rights to call it Call of Duty to make more money on it." That's it. Like, that's it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It just 2 + 2 is purple. I don't get it. Right? Because it's like it's gonna be a military movie. It's gonna be a movie that you've seen a million times, right? Because it looks like every other video game or every other movie. It looks like it. Yeah, it looks cinematic. So I really just have no comment on it because they can make anything. Yeah, okay, yeah, Clipper just made a meme And he's exactly right. He's exactly right. It's exactly what I'm saying. If everyone wants like a summary of what I'm saying, it's this. And he's right. He's right. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's free money. It's free money. Where's my chat tab? One second. I have to find chat. I have to read what chat's saying. I can't find it. Oh, chat. Where is my...
And then when we're in the...
Well, that was a video I was watching a while back. Because I keep so many tabs open. And I do and don't have a problem at the same time. I acknowledge that I have a problem, but also I don't. What's your desktop background, by the way? I don't know. Whenever my computer gets updated, every time I change my background, my computer gets updated, and then it places a new background. I just got tired of putting finding an ultra wide background, so I just haven't replaced it. It's whatever Windows 11 has defaulted. But no, you're exactly right, Clipper. That is quite literally what it is. That's what it is. So I got no complaints. I just think that it's going to be a movie. It might be good. It might not be good. I don't see. My only question is, why did they not let Spielberg... why didn't they let Spielberg direct it? That's where my question is where Activision felt like that they had to not let Spielberg direct it. I don't understand that. I don't get it. Because he wanted creative control. Sure! Have creative control. Make whatever you want. Spielberg doing a Call of Duty movie. Sure. Whatever, make it whatever you want, and then we'll make content as skins. Right? Because if Spielberg directed, it's a military movie. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this stream up real quick. So do you think that James Bond State of Play was a fake out and a PS showcase is coming before the end of the year? So what I have heard is that Jim Cryan made a mess of things before he left. That Jim Cryan approved a bunch of projects that shouldn't have been approved, and Jim Cryan pushed for projects that shouldn't be pushed, and it was overall a big, stinky, stupid failure. It was all bad. It was bad. It was no good. It was terrible. And when he left, they kind of had to clean up after Jim Ryan and his free-to-play mess. P-pads that were all over the PlayStation studios, because he just wanted the pay to win. Maybe the COD movie will stand out by including a politician claiming he'll turn into a xenomorph if he... I'll watch it. I'm in. Have that 30-second clip in the movie and I'll buy a ticket. I'm in. You've sold me. Count me in as buying one ticket. Exactly. But I think that PlayStation has kind of painted themselves into a corner, and they took a deep breath and they knew that they were going to bite the bullet, and that the final portion of the PS5 generation is going to end as a little bit of a popcorn fart. Sure, Clipper, if you want to. I think that Jim Ryan screwed a lot of things up, and I think what they had to do is that they sat down, and Concord, I think, is the example that everyone should look at, because it lived for like 10 days, 2 weeks. And also they had like a whole video series. There was a video, what was it? Not Ready Player One. What was it? It was those shorts, where those animated shorts where they were in each of the universes of the different video games, and Concord was one of them. And you can tell that under Jim Ryan's rule, Concord was going to be a big thing, and he was going to shove it and push it down everyone's throats. And then as soon as he lost power and he walked away, the execs were basically like, all right, let's push this out there and see how it goes, but it's not going to look good. And then it went out there, and it kind of just did lukewarm and mediocre and kind of bland as unbuttered toast, and it just died. And now there's been a big hole of games. There's been a big hole of games because they had to cancel. It was like 8 major projects, because all of them were free to play or microtransaction city, right? And they basically had to start from square one. And what's his face stepped down? What was it, 2023? Was it 23 or 22? I want to say 23. I might be off, and I might be wrong. So we've kind of had to start from square one with development, because a lot of the games that were coming, like for example, you got the Ghost of Yote is really the only thing that we are seeing right now. Now, they might try to shove some stuff out by the end of the PS5 cycle, but we are definitely in a lull. We are in a PlayStation lull, and it has been bland, dry, and not good. And which kind of sucks, because the PS5 came out strong. The PS5 came out pretty strong. It was a strong system. It's a strong... I like my PS5. Don't get me wrong. I like my PS5. It operates great. I still have the day one PS5, and it hasn't treated me bad. I mean, I think this might be one of the first consoles, modern consoles, since the PlayStation 2, because my Xboxes... I've had screwed up Xbox 360s, ones. I've had screwed up PS3s, PS4s. This is for the first time in a long time, the day one PS5, I'm satisfied with still. Other than like the hard drive, other than the hard drive space, the day one PS5, I got no complaints about it. As a console, it's great. I got no complaints. I got 0 complaints. It's operating great. It's still operating great. Still does great. But we don't review consoles based on the fact that they're systems. We review them based on the games that they play. And initially, like the first half of the PS5 was fantastic. And then it's like the past half has been a desert. It has not been good. The last game that really came out for the PlayStation 5 for me that was big, crazy, and hyped for me was Astrobot. I loved Astrobot. And we're coming up to a year. It's been a year since I've been able to utilize my PlayStation 5 for anything beyond replaying Crash Bandicoot titles and Astrobot. Like, there are times when I don't turn my PlayStation 5 on for weeks. And I mean weeks. There are times where I don't turn my PlayStation 5 on for 2-3 weeks. Even for streams. There are times where I don't turn it on. Because what am I going to play? What is there to play? Like, I'm excited for Ghost of Yote, don't get me wrong. I'm excited for it, but like... let me... Recent PlayStation Studios games. So there's Lost Soul Aside, which is Alta Zero Games and published by PlayStation, so not even PlayStation owned. There's got to be more. I must have missed something. I must have. Hold on. Let me just scroll down to the bottom here. I had to have missed something. There's no way that that's it. Wow. So they had what is my first Gran Turismo? I didn't even know about this. On December 6th, 2024, the free-to-play My First Gran Turismo was released on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. The game is effectively a demo version of Gran Turismo 7 and features 18 cars and 3 tracks. The cars can be imported into the main game after unlocking them all. The PS5 version of the game includes support for VR2. Wow. So it's a demo. So you have Death Stranding 2 on the beach. I guess Lost Soul Aside came out on August 29th, but that's not even made by... What was the reception? Oh, gosh. Did you guys even hear about this game? Lost Soul Aside, and it was published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. I didn't even know about this game. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up for you guys so that we can see the Rotten Tomatoes together, because I got a tease of what the Rotten Tomatoes is, and I just think to myself, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way it's that low. There's no way that it's this low. On wrong aggregator. We gotta look at Metacritic, not Rotten Tomatoes. Whoops. Sheesh, Louise. Ow. It came out. Ouch. A 63? It I I oh, but the point of what I'm trying to say is that you have that game, okay? Do you know what their last game that they released? It was Death Stranding 2 on the beach, which came out on June 26, 2025. I don't have an interest in Death Stranding, personally, right? Before that, MLB The Show 25, March 18th, 2025. Again, it's your yearly baseball game. If you're not interested in baseball, you're in trouble. My First Gran Turismo, it's literally a demo of Gran Turismo 7. And then before that was November 14th, 2024, which was Lego Horizon Adventures. What are we doing here, man? Where are the games? The next game that's coming out is October 2nd, 2025, which is Ghost of Yote. So you're telling me that PlayStation had a game come out in a AAA title that not everyone's into, but Death Stranding 2 in June. Then June, July, August, September, October. 4 to 5 months later, that's your next big game. 4 to 5 months later. What are we doing? Like, and right now, the games that have a to be announced for dates is Marathon, published by Bungie, Saros, which is like the Saros, Intergalactic, Marvel's Wolverine, Star Wars Knight of the Old Republic remake. I thought that there was something weird with that. And that's it. What? Hi, Damien. I lost brain cells reading some of the comments on that why didn't Insomniac make Spyro 4 video, but by the way, dude, I had a whole session, a whole ranting session about that about like an hour ago. Maybe not an hour, maybe like half an hour. It blows my mind. Blows my mind. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I felt like I was pretty clear with what the intention of the video was, and I'm sitting there and I'm trying to like make heads or tails of where was this clickbait? Where was this problematic? And I don't know. Sony has filled their drawers with fecal matter right up to their eyeballs, right up, just right up, because they canceled most of their games that they had in development because Jim Ryan thought, free to play multiplayer, all of them, and they canceled like 8 or 9 projects. And I'm like, why do you have 8 or 9 free to play multiplayer games in development in the first place? What on earth are we doing? And we haven't had a decent PlayStation showcase in 2 years? It's wild to me. It's wild to me how how PlayStation messed this up and why they let Jim Ryan approve of so many projects when everybody could tell from 82 million light years away that it was not a good idea. Everybody was already saying, hey, these games that are giant time sinks are not doing well because everyone's been talking about it, and I spoke about it before in a live stream, and I'll say it again. There are a lot of games that are coming out that are asking you to invest a whole bunch of time into them when people already have time sinks that they're investing into already, and the only people that you're getting is, hey, let's say, oh, I'm playing League of Legends, I'm playing Hearthstone, and I'm playing Fortnite. Now, you have to produce a game that will make me want to drop one of those games because I only have so much time in the day. We humans, we gamers, we can only play so many games every day that are stylized like that. And more of us, especially us in the older category, if you're approaching late 20s and past 30, we're starting to drop. We're starting to drop these games in general. We're starting to. Like here, I don't know if Jay is still here. Jay, what would it take for you to drop World of Warcraft and shift to a brand new game and invest all the time that you invested into World of Warcraft into the new game? If you're not here, then to anybody else who plays WoW, because I've seen some people talk about it, what would it take for you to drop World of Warcraft and invest all that time into a brand new game? She had to go. That's okay. No problem. It's okay. But the question still stands. What would it have to take? World of Warcraft would have to screw up. Or the company that's coming out would have to come out with a game that's so good and so much better, it would blow World of Warcraft out of the water. And it's not going to. Then a first-person shooter would have to come out and blow Fortnite out of the water. And it's not going to. It's not going to. So, and then there are people that are like, you know what? I'm just going to stop playing these games in general, these time sinks. I'm just going to stop. What would it take? Because you only have so many hours in the day. And people are acting like they're marketing to kids that come home from school every day and then sit their butts down in a chair and play video games all day and have enough time for that. They don't, and we don't. We don't. I got 4 kids. I got a wife. I got a house I got to maintain. I got a job I got to maintain. I got a career. I got all these things I might have if I have a good day. If everything is working like a well-operated machine, I might get 2 hours a day of free game time. 2, and then I'll give myself an hour on my phone, let's say. So I have 1 hour of game time posted throughout my day, and maybe 2 hours throughout my regular day, and then maybe 3 hours on weekends. Okay? So maybe 2 hours. Maybe 2 hours in the day. Maybe. And that's if I don't want to do anything else but play video games. If I am already playing a game that's a time sink, like League of Legends, like World of Warcraft, like games that you could play over and over again, even Warcraft 3, StarCraft, okay? Why would I shift when all my friends or I'm familiar with these games and I think it's better? Why would I shift to that? You're not. And they're not. They're showing the metrics. They're not. People are not shifting. There'll be, of course, an initial big surge. And then afterwards, goes down. Right? And the people that stay. It's not happening anymore. It's not working. It's not a model that works anymore. It doesn't work anymore. People are not spending the money. People are not investing the time. And people are investing millions and millions and millions of dollars to create yet another free-to-play first-person shooter. To create another free-to-play this. To create another free-to-play that requires time sinks. That requires all this time. There needs to be a realization from these big giant titans. There needs to be a realization where they realize, hey, we are making a mistake here. We need to stop. We need to stop. We need to go back to, because some of these free-to-play games or some of these big AAA games, you could take that budget and slice it into 3 and make 3 excellent games out of those budgets and make them single-player games. Or multiplayer adjacent, where like there's a single-player mode and there's a multiplayer mode that you can hop on into as well as a bonus. Right? Some of the budgets for these games are obscene. Some of the budgets of these games that you hear about blows your brain away. You're like, what on earth? Why are you spending that much money? How are you going to get that on a return? Why? It makes no sense. You take that budget, You split into 3. And you give it to 3 separate teams and say, hey, make us a great action adventure game, make us a great first-person shooter, and then make us a great something weird, something different, a puzzle weird game. Something weird and strange. Split them up into that 3 and the budget would make, and you would start getting more games. It's a great game, but that budget was stupid. The budget was stupid. The budget's insane. Like, that budget is obnoxious. Okay? Now, you might sit there and say, well, what about something like God of War? Now, God of War is a little bit different because they front-loaded the budget of God of War 4 and God of War Ragnarok. So what happened was that it cost a lot more to make God of War 4, but it cost a lot less for God of War Ragnarok because of the reused assets, the reused systems, and the reused stuff. They didn't need to rebuild the game from scratch. They were able to take the core foundations of 4 and put it on Ragnarok, and then Ragnarok just made a bunch more revenue than God of War 4 because the development of Ragnarok and 4 was front loaded on 4. And that's fine. That's okay to front load. If you're going to do something and you're planning, we're going to make a big trilogy out of this game, front load the development onto that game, right? Front load the development so that it takes all the time, so that it's expandable, so that, yes, maybe the first game you barely make any money or you just make enough revenue, but then when you make game number 2, which is basically game 1, the systems of game 1, but improved upon and made better, guess what? The amount of money that it takes to make is going to be a lot less because it was all front loaded on 1, and then the revenue you make on 2 and 3 are going to be massive. You're going to make massive revenue on it. You're going to get massive sales by literally building upon what you've already started. But I was shocked that Spider-Man 2's budget was so big because they already had Spider-Man 1 built and Miles Morales. They had them built already. And then they had this giant budget for 2, which it's used the same systems as 1 and Miles. What were they doing? Great game. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Fantastic games. I love them. But when I saw the budget, I was like, what on earth? Well, I'm about to wrap up. So I kind of wish game companies shared their budgets and profits like the box office do. Yeah, I do too. I love looking at stats too. I love it. I love looking at stats. I like looking at numbers because if they sit there and say, oh, we sold 10 million units. Yeah. And we made, $5 billion. Well, how much did it make? How much did it cost for you to make? It cost us $6 billion. Well, you lost money. So it doesn't matter how successful you are when it comes to that. And I would love that. I would love to see that more often. And very rarely you only hear about the great grand successes. And if anything comes out that's even remotely mediocre, right? Or you found out years later. The gaming industry right now is whack. And PlayStation is dumb right now. And right now, the company that I'm only interested right now that I've been is my Switch. I've been playing my Switch 2 like crazy. Between Bonanza, between playing Scarlet and Violet, and now we're about to get Legend ZA. Right now, the hot system is the Switch 2. And even it had a bit of a lackluster start with its bad pricing and also the Mario Kart World just being all right. But I'm playing my Switch 2 more than my PlayStation 5 or my Xbox. My Xbox is collecting dust. It's collecting dust. I'm happy that I have it whenever I need it, but it's just sitting there doing nothing. So what am I to do? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have for today. Tomorrow we are actually going to be back with a game that I believe that kind of fits the bill, which is Silk Song. We're going to be trying. I'd never played a Hollow Knight game before. I've never played a Hollow Knight game before. So I'm going to be excited to try Silk Song. And we're going to be trying it out tomorrow. So fingers crossed it goes well. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video and our live stream. Time for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye!